Hello there and welcome to my stream. Today we are not doing any of the random wheel of games. Today we are going to be doing the Expedition 18 Redux from No Man's Sky. For those of you that don't know, No Man's Sky does expeditions throughout the course of the year, and then at the end of the year, they will do them again in a much shorter, like you get 6 weeks during the year, and then at the end of the year, you get 2 weeks to do each one. But if you missed one, you can go back and you can get the rewards, which is what happened in this case, I think. I have had the multi-tool from this expedition, but I don't have some of the other expedition rewards. So I think that either I didn't finish it on purpose or accidentally, whichever. But we're going to do that starting today. Today's the first of the 2 weeks. Also, thank you, Sumi. I hope that it is a great stream both for me and for anyone that is watching. So, for those of you that are unfamiliar, when you are. Oh, sorry, give me just 1 second. I forgot to do something. When you are doing an expedition, you have the option to take some things from your main save and you can bring them over into your expedition save. And you can hop back and forth between those at any time. And at the end of the expedition, everything from your expedition stream gets cashed in for different, some of it's for cash, some of it's for nanites, some of it is for, no, I think it's just cash and nanites. But you can start the expedition out with absolutely nothing, or you can take certain items and resources with you to make it easier on yourself as you play the expedition. So I have a couple of multi-tool and exosuit upgrades that I really like, and I tend to take them with me whenever I play an expedition. And then when the expedition is finished, I go ahead and I bring them back out with me. So I think that I have most of them. I usually use the scatter blaster as my main weapon. And you can do, so at the end, you can, whatever your ship and whatever your multi-tool is, you can bring a copy of that out into your main save if you pay nanites, which is this number right here. And you can do that on the way in as well, but on the way in, of course, you do not have whatever resources that you have on your main save. So I have 65,000 nanites. I will not have 65,000 nanites when I go into the expedition, so I won't be able to just like copy my multi-tool wholesale. So I take little bits and pieces and try really hard to remember to bring them back. And I think that I have all of the technology that I want to take in with me. So I am here in the space anomaly. This is where you come to start an expedition. This is the main little mission nexus guy. I don't know if he has a oh, there we go, 7 miles right out through there and out into space. Hi, Star Chaser. How are you? Welcome to my stream. I am just about to start the Expedition 18 for No Man's Sky. Let's see. and you can bring in this many pieces of technology and this many pieces of just any cargo that you want, which I have to be careful because in the past I have. Ooh, looks like I have more of these than I have spaces for. Okay, we'll go with this one, and this one, and this one. In the past, I have taken like all of my carbon, and then when I come back out, I don't bring the carbon with me because carbon is a relatively common, it's not relatively, it's very common. But then I'll go to do something on my main save and I will have no carbon, and it will be one of those what the fuck moments. So we are not going to take the entire stack of anything. And I haven't really prepared my cargo because cargo is not as important to me as the technology is. So I don't have like I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this. Now these I might take because these are trade goods. And you can get a lot of units real quick if you... Yeah, I think I will take these. I have, on my main save, I have set up a couple of trade loops where I have renamed the little bases that I've made so that I can make a loop of the different stations. It takes like 5 minutes, and I get a few million credits for making that loop. And I'll do that usually once when I fire up a game, and then sometimes I'll do it again at the end because there is, like, if you flood a system with resources, it does take a little bit of time for the prices to come back up to where they were beforehand. It is nice to be seen. Thank you very much. Ooh, Atlas Pass version 3, that's good. That'll open some doors for me. Literally. Don't know if I really have. Actually, you know what? This. So the herb encrusted flesh is an item you can make through cooking, and it looks like a lot of units. But what's more important about that is when you are able to get to the space anomaly, which is where I am, in your expedition save, you can give those to a guy, and you get like 100 nanites per unit, which is really fucking useful when... Oh, dihydrogen, I'll take that. And some of these I have loops set up on my freighter so that I can make more of these relatively easily. This is actually something from, like, this got added to the game in this expedition, so taking that would probably be useful, but it takes up a slot. Dither back and forth. I'll take sodium. I'll take oxygen. We'll take... magfer and pure ferrite. And these are things that some of them I have on those different planets, like I mentioned for the trade roads. I also have depots set up where there's a mining unit that's mining one of these, and then it'll store like 14,000 of them or 26,000, just some silly number that I would never use all of. But once in a while, you run out of stuff, and then you can just make a loop of your depots, and then you're all set. All right, we'll take the gold and the silver. And we'll call that good. Start expedition. So when you first start the expedition, you are on a planet. You don't, depending on the expedition, you won't have a ship. You'll have very basic multi-tool. If you do have a ship, it's a starting model with no upgrades. Half the time it's broken. All of which is just to make the expedition more interesting. And you kind of wake up and it's as if you're groggy. Ooh, 70 degrees. It's a lovely day on a lovely planet. Oh, it's a little toxic, 8.5, and it's a super toxic. Oh, look at the pretty purple. Pretty flowers. What is that sparkly thing? Oh, there's some carbon. Is that an archive? That looks like that might be an archive right there. Huh. Okay, so first thing you do whenever you start an expedition is you go, well, first thing I do is remember the controls because it's been a minute since I played. So if you go underground, you don't have to worry about temperature and you don't have to worry about toxicity or radiation or anything like that. So you just park your ass underground while you are reviewing the expedition. Also, I'm gesturing with my hands so you can't see it, but and that way you don't have to worry about dying. So you hit escape and you have an expedition tab, which you don't normally have. And there are 7 phases. No, 6 phases. And this one is, no, sorry, I'm zoomed in too far. Am I? What? Oh, sorry. I was forgetting how to navigate this. So you have 5 phases, and then the final phase is just all 5 phases being complete. So in each phase, you have a series of tasks that you complete. You can complete them in any order. You don't have to complete all of one phase before you can move on to another phase. And that is very important. So the one, I forget what number it was, but the one that dealt with the living glass, there was it was like phase 4. It was buried way down here, and it was just to dig out underground a certain amount. Yeah, right there, like that one, excavate terrain. Which in this case, it gives you 30 salvage data for excavating underground terrain. In that case, it gave you a personal refiner, without which it was really, really difficult to complete. Well, it was difficult for me. I tried 3 times to complete that damn expedition. So I always come in and I look at all of the tasks in all of the phases first off, so that if there are any that are like hidden little quick simple ones, I can do those, and I'm at least aware of those before I get started. So look at your starships, pretty simple. Ancient artifacts, report. That GPS field office is probably that thing that looks like a archive. And this was where fossils changed as well. It used to be fossils, you would just dig up a fossil and you'd sell it for like somewhere between 200,000 and $2 million. Now it's this whole thing where you've got to make a full fossil and then you can sell the full fossil. I personally don't prefer this change, mainly because I can't go dig up 7 skulls and make $10 million. So in other words, laziness. Discover minerals, that's just using the scanner. And like, so bipedal skeleton There's an avian skeleton. There's probably going to be one of those yep, there's a quadruped skeleton, reptilian skeleton, and a protoform skeleton. So, adopt companions. Eliminate hazardous flora. That's simple. Take a photo of 3 ground creatures. That should be fairly easy. I should be able to do that one on this world, provided this world has 3 or more creatures. There's some fishing. That's been in most of the expeditions since fishing was added. Serve up a bone to Cronus. Cronus is the guy on the spaceship, or the space anomaly, where I said the herb encrusted fish. That's who you give those to. Wow, 55 bones. You kidding? Okay, so none of these should be too difficult. Living stone hard pack customization. That's what I am missing. I wonder, did I just not do this entire expedition? Basilisk Crown multi-tool. That's not something I'm familiar with either. I must have missed this expedition somehow. But since we are already underground, we can go ahead and just complete the 1 milestone right off the bat and get 30 salvage data, which will be handy for buying base parts at the space anomaly. Base parts or whatever. For me, it's usually base parts, so that I have the ones that you just plop down. I forget what they're called, but it's just an all-in-one capsule with a hollow door. And then I like to have the gas and mineral mining stuff. 30 is not enough to get all of that, but it's a good start. And I'm just making a giant room that I will never visit again. And this is one of the times when you will see other people very frequently, because everyone is doing the same expedition on the same planets. And it can actually get very crowded at some of the some of the rendezvous points. People will put down communication stations, and you will end up with a bunch of those all in one area, and it can get very, very frustrating. Alright, so this is going to take a minute, so let's switch from create to flatten and see if this goes any faster. And it does not specify that it has to be underground. It just says excavate terrain. So the fact that I have reached the surface on the other side of the hill that I was digging into is no big deal. My hope was, since I was doing flatten, it would be... oh, there's a critter. Okay, so we need to take... Well, first of all, let's scan the critter so we get the very few credits that we are currently getting for critters, because our multi-tool does not have the extra tech. And then we're gonna take a picture. Shit, I wasn't in picture. I thought I was in picture. Oh, camera view, no. There it is. Hello. My outfit to camera. Well, I'm at it. Let's see if there's anybody else here real close. Hey, there's some hazardous flora. A couple pieces of hazardous flora. Ooh, well, that might be too far away. But oh. And one of the nice things about camera mode is you can change the time of day. You can change everything about the camera. So you can also apparently get shoved to the side. So if you want a picture that's nice and bright, so that should be 2. I thought I saw a putty tat. I did see a putty tat. I don't know what that first one was, so just take a picture of a bunch of these things. They're probably the same critters, but oh, that one's different, right? So that should, yeah, there we go. So that completed one of the expedition's little milestones. So I get the fishing rig plans, the exoskiff plans, and 40 bionic lures, which is very useful for the next milestone that you are completing if you do them in order, which is going fishing. And you click those, and then you just get whatever the rewards are, you get them. And sometimes it will be a pre-packaged piece of technology. Well, that's neat. Don't usually start with 3 translators. Also forgot to move these things around. Certain things I like to put in the supercharged slots. In this case, I don't need... Well, it's the only thing I have right now that makes a difference. Once I can get up to the space anomaly and get the tech out of the expedition machine, then it will be more important as to what I put where. Ooh, weapon charge depleted. I suppose I should have some sound on for you guys. I always play this like with an audiobook in the background. I'm going to turn it up a ton, because I still have to listen to it too, but... there's a little bit of sound. Just to add to the ambiance. And of course, I have nothing discovered. So everything that I look at is going to be undiscovered by me and therefore scannable for a very small amount of credits right now. You can see it pops up in the center of the screen and it's like 200 credits, or I think the most was like 1,200 credits. Once I get the tech that I have at the... Oh, there's 3,000. At the space anomaly, a couple of those pieces of tech are scanner modules, and they make it so that I get significantly more money for everything that I scan. And of course, the little red dots when you are in scanner mode are critters that you have not yet scanned. And if you scan all the fauna on a planet, you can get a significant bump in nanites, but you have to get all of them. And it is nice. They now show you where they're located and when they're located. So some of them are always active. Some of them are apparently found in the north, which I don't think I've ever seen found in the north before. But yeah, so it'll say always active or tell you when during the day they are active, which gives you a greater chance of finding them if you are on the hunt for those elusive nanites. There is not a reward for scanning all of the flora or all the minerals, but it is a pretty quick way to get some money. So I've gotten 8,000 credits, which I am very spoiled on my main save in having my trade routes, because I am used to having several 100 million credits, which it's nice. It's really nice. When I find a ship that I want or something, I can just buy it. And I have noticed that sometimes, like when you, of course, I'm not going to do it now, but when you hover over something that you haven't scanned, sometimes it doesn't trigger at first for that scan. I have it set to scan automatically, which is an accessibility feature. And then you just have to like move off it and back onto it, and then it will scan. Oh, there's another milestone. Let's see what we get for that one. Supreme radiation protection upgrade and 20 creature pellets, which would help if we were... Oh, actually, yeah, adopting a companion is... Ooh, and... This is the worst game for me as far as shiny and get distracted to go do other shit. The worst. Because I will completely forget what I'm doing and go wander off and do something else. But one of the things was to adopt a companion, so we will take this person and we will collect their milk and we will adopt them as a companion, and that will... Oh, he's dancing! Oh my goodness, you're adorable! And in 24 hours, they will be ready to lay an egg, provided I have them in an environment that is at least similar to the one from here. So, and I don't know which of these matters for that. Normally I just like pull them out and try to have them lay an egg on 5 or 6 planets until I get it right. Looking for red dots. Always check the skies. Let's go in and grab our expedition reward for... Hi, Smiley. How are you? Oh my goodness, that is so loud. Oh, I have my volume turned up a little bit. Oh no, why are you annoyed? What has happened? Ooh. Those are pretty. I like the triangular looking ones. My main freighter, back on my primary save, I had and this is gonna sound dumb to anyone that has played this game. I mean, yes. But I actually traded in my main freighter for a lower class freighter in order to get the big flat triangle shape that I like. These are actually frigates, which these are kind of dick teases. You can't actually, or if you can, I don't know how to specifically get these ones. They come in really low inside Planet Atmo, and I think they're meant to represent frigates that are on missions. Because when you send your frigates on missions, they'll go and they'll scan planets and so on. So I think that's what these little groupings are meant to represent, and then they're gone. They don't usually stay around very long. I mean, a little bit, Smiley. What are you gonna do about it? Oh, feeling sad? No, don't feel sad. Here, let me give you some pats. You have to give your companions pats and treats so that they are happy and full. And then they won't be sad. Oh, don't pout. Don't pout. Also, there was Gravitino balls are something that I have a love-hate relationship with because the instant you pick them up, sentinels appear out of fucking nowhere and get all up in your shit and are a pain in the ass. Which I can grow Gravitino balls in biodomes on my main save. So it's kind of a pain in the ass when I have a bunch of them that I just want to sell to someone. I have not taken them from their home or anything. And some sentinels crowd my ass on a planet and try to destroy me. It's very annoying. Alright, so we've got some pyrite here. We'll take it just because. Just because. Whoops. I want to make this as big as possible. I am not what you would call delicate about my mining. I make my mining beam as large as possible and just scoop because I am terrible for the environment. Oh, here's some copper. Copper is always good, of course, because you can put it through the refiner to get chromatic metal, which you need for a whole bunch of stuff, especially at the beginning of any No Man's Sky game. I mean, you kind of need chromatic metal just always, anyways. Oh, there's one of those living, what are they called? Dissonant resonator. It's the living glass expedition left. Oh, I should put this in. Ion battery and a wiring loom. I can't make a wiring loom. Ion. Oh, I don't think I can make an ion battery yet either. Yeah. See, this is what I meant by terrible for my get distracted and wander off. Oh, it's the bionic lure for the fishing rig, which... And see, that's where you need chromatic metals. Nanotubes are easy enough. Dihydrogen jelly is easy enough. Chromatic metal is a little bit of a pain, but, well, it's a pain right now because I don't have a personal refiner. So if I want to refine anything, I have to plop down a refiner and then either just leave it, thereby wasting the resources that it took to make it, or have to remember to pick it up. And it's the remembering to pick it up that's the problem. Ooh, here's a plant. Smiley, it says you are the jester of my chat. I don't remember how many... Oh, there's some carbon. I don't remember how many hazardous flora it wanted. I don't spend a lot of time on dissonant planets on my main save because I get really annoyed by the floating glass jellyfish things. So whenever I am on one of these planets, I tend to grab I tend to grab a bunch of the living glass because I am not here often. Why will you not die? Die! Okay, Rockhound, prepackaged advanced mining laser, that's good. Inventory slot times 5, that's better. It's actually not. You really need the advanced mining laser. And the sooner you get it, the better. But the inventory slots are very nice because I pick everything up and I never have enough room. Needed some carbon nanotubes for that fishing thing. So I'll take down some plants. Carbon can be multiplied once you have a refiner that takes at least 2 items. I believe it's carbon and oxygen. You make condensed carbon, and then you take that condensed carbon and you refine it back into regular carbon, and you end up with a net gain of carbon. You do have to put oxygen in there, which you can do atmosphere harvesters, or you can just find, well, once you have the technology to put in the gas harvesters, you can just find an oxygen deposit and set up a depot and then just come back to it whenever you need more oxygen. And as of yet, I don't think, because the only thing I have is a bolt caster. I don't have the scatter blaster that I normally use. And I don't remember if, fucking with them automatically brings on the corrupted sentinels, which... okay. And then we will make a hole and dive into it. Swarm is hunting. Ooh, I found some water. Where's the tunnel? There's the tunnel. Okay. So you give it a second, and usually the swarm will subside. Sometimes they can see you, and I don't understand how, because you are... Oh my, that's summoned... Okay, well, hello. That summoned some cranky motherfuckers. See what I mean about you find the thing and then it doesn't scan right off? Also, pretty sure that is... Okay, I'm not sure what that is. But let's go ahead and take these things out. Be careful not to hit the sentinels. Or do... Oh, okay, so there's the last for that X milestone. And as soon as you come underground, usually they lose sight of you and then they fuck off. reward is Delicate Flora and Supreme Toxic Protection upgrade. So, and this is what I meant by you want to check all these things when you first start an expedition, because like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I've already completed 5 milestones, and I have taken maybe 10 steps from where I started. So sometimes it is prepackaged tech, which we like because we can just plop it into a slot and not worry about it. 3 carbon nanotubes, 1 dihydrogen. I might not have dihydrogen yet. 1, 2, 3. And then we can plug those in. What is making the ground shake? I do not know. Yeah, if we wander far enough away, it'll stop. Oh, actually, I need to make sure that I wander in the direction of that thing that looks like an archive. Have I scanned you? I have. Oh, there's some water. I could probably go scan some fish. No! Ooh. Transmission tower. I might not be close enough to see whatever that is. 2 transmission towers. Oh, it's nighttime. Did that bring out any flyers that we have not seen? Actually, I don't know if I have any more flyers. Yep, flying always active. And then 1 ground one, and the rest are all underwater. So let's head towards the transmission tower. That's only 500 feet away, or 500 units, 500 meters, whatever. Oh, did I pick up the... I didn't pick up the thing. I suppose it's gone now. Yeah, I didn't get... Ooh. There should have been a dissonance resonator thing from that thing that I killed, but I didn't pick it up, and now I don't see it. Did you see some carbon, though? Ooh, condensed carbon. Condensed carbon is... I don't know what the end of that sentence was going to be. Condensed carbon is something. It is so strange for me to be playing this with sound. So in addition to getting distracted by all of the visual things, I'm now getting distracted by all of the sounds. Transmission tower. Ground control to transmission tower. And I finished the hazardous flora, which those are one of my favorite missions to get from the space anomaly, because you land and then there's a bunch of them right there. This isn't what I saw. It might be what I saw. Yeah, I guess it is what I saw. I thought it was further away and something else entirely. Ooh. Oh, hey, that's my ship. What do you know? Didn't recognize it on account of having never seen it before. You always want to check outbuildings. I am terrible about getting these things, which you want to, because the stuff that is usually in them refines into nanites eventually. And there's often one of these buried right nearby. And this will have salvage data, which is what you use for unlocking blueprints on the space anomaly. I keep wanting to say spaceship anomaly, but it's space anomaly. Okay, I should probably... Getting in and out of your ship saves. Ooh, and we have a message. The galactic... Oh, I don't understand any of that. Bring, collect, bones, earn. And the reason why those words were translated is the translation things that came pre-installed in my exosuit. Alright, another milestone. And I don't know if that delicate flora is an artifact. Don't think it is. But let's grab our prepackaged personal refiner. Yes. Good. And 12 GAC words. I don't know as I've seen words as a reward before. And let's get our prepackaged refiner installed, because that's useful to have. Probably one of the most useful pieces of tech that I can think of. But that obviously varies from person to person. For me, it's useful because I can't remember to pick up my shit. Ooh, this came Purple Systems. Purple Systems are a relatively new thing, within the last year, I believe. Maybe within the last couple of expeditions. Don't remember. Dihydrogen jelly. Backup chrono balancer. Huh. Get out of the ship. A lot of these things you can get... I'm used to that being the sound that I've completed something. A lot of these things you can unlock as stuff to put around your base. If you like this... Ooh, there's some underground. If you like the style of decorating. My bases are very light, read non-existent in regards to decorations. Okay. Something replace it. Hand over. And if I'm lucky, it is free. So whenever you have a free multi-tool, I suggest you take it. They didn't used to have a way to do anything with the extras. All you could do was trade them in to get a lower price on a new one. So I ended up having 5 or 6 or 10, a number of multi-tools, but they have added a guy on the Space Anomaly that will let you break your extra multi-tools down into, I don't remember if it's nanites or credits, but either way, it's useful. And I like to have, oh fuck, I hate these. It's usually 720. Distress signal, so that should be a down ship, which I can either fix and take or help someone repair their ship and then get a little something something. I don't remember what I was talking about. Something about multi-tools. Oh yeah, I like to have 2 multi-tools because you can switch them out very easily. You come in here and you set them. Like these are already set to 1 and 2. You can choose what numbers to set them to. I always have my 2 main ones set to 1 and 2, and then I will usually rename one some variety of scanner, and then the other one will be some variety of weapon, and that way I can have more technology in each multi-tool and just switch back and forth very quickly depending on whether I need my scanner or my weapons. Oh, this is a save beacon that also scans or charts the nearby area. When you are transmitting milestone data to whatever, I don't know anybody's name on the Space Anomaly other than Polo. But I think that's what that goes off of. Okay, so advanced mining laser. Now the advanced mining laser. Oh. So the multi-tool that the guy gave me is basically all broken, which is kind of shitty on his part. But also it has a couple of pieces, well, it has one. It has one piece of technology that I don't already have. So taking a look at the 2 multi-tools, this one has far fewer spaces, but more are useful on account of them not being broken. So we are going to take this and we're going to put it on this one, which we are going to nickname scanner for right now. And then this will give us a little bit more money every time we scan something, as well as giving us a little bit larger scan radius when you just hit scan and it shows you like all of the sodium and carbon and that kind of stuff nearby. So this is one of the first things that we have that is actually it is useful to have supercharged. So let's go ahead and plop this there. And you want to keep like things together. You see how they get a different colored outline? I don't know exactly what the like the bettering of it is, but it's better. And the acronym FAQ, what does the Q stand for? Questions. Frequently asked questions. In other words, we've answered this 700,000 times and we don't want to anymore, so we're going to write it down. Scan underground stuff while we... Oh, are we on the wrong... There we go. So the multi-tool upgrade is for flora and fauna. It does not include minerals, meaning that any rocks that we scan are not going to be any more valuable than they otherwise would be. That looks like a penis. Alright, so I have not actually looked. Cactus flesh, magfair, pyrite, and copper. Okay. I would like to get all... That thing looks like a flying sea turtle. No, it doesn't. Kind of does. It reminds me of a flying sea turtle, but it doesn't look like a flying sea turtle. Alright, so there's... Still looking for that one rare flying thing. And there it is. Alright, so that is all of the flying and ground creatures. So the only creatures that are left, fully half the creatures on this planet, are either underground or underwater. So we have 2 underground, and the rest are underwater. Now, normally I don't fuck around with the underground ones because they can be a bitch to find. So I will usually only get those if I see them in the course of doing other shit. It's been a long time since I actively went hunting for underground creatures, simply because it used to be so tedious that I got into the habit of never doing it. But I would like to at least give... Is that is? I would like to at least give a go of finding the underwater ones. Underwater has become significantly more interesting with some of the updates in the last year and a half. They now have actual oceans, which is something they didn't used to have. Deep fucking oceans, actually. Like 1,000 plus units, whereas it used to just feel like they were just puddles. Like it was your quote unquote oceans were just a big puddle on the surface of a planet. But now they truly feel like oceans. And it is neat. There's some honking big critters down there. Usually of the squid-like variety. Or at least squid adjacent. Looking for water. Let's try not to get distracted. Ooh, hello. Not getting distracted, looking for water. Take some carbon while I'm at it, since that is something that I always end up needing, and then I run out of it the most inopportune times up until the point that I can, even after I can do the carbon cycle thing, I tend to not, like, I don't remember to do enough to, like, to have it already in the works. And then I run out and I have to wait around until it's done. And it is tedious and it frustrates me. You know what would be a lot quicker? Would be to find the water from the air. Cut out the middleman of the land entirely. And I don't know if this expedition lets you summon the space anomaly as soon as you get into space, or if you have to complete a certain number of milestones first. There have been, I think there was one where you couldn't summon the space anomaly at all, which was very frustrating. That doesn't look like, that just looks like a puddle. Some planets don't have oceans. Some planets only have puddles. Alright, let's come over here. I swear I saw water. Mirage. There's some water, right? That totally looks like water. See if it still looks like water when we get there. Jump for that rock. Okay, still looks like water. So, it is not an ocean, but it should have some fish in it. It might have some fish in it. This truly is a puddle. You have to be underwater in order to see any of the... Oh, look at the bubbles. In order to see any of the... Oh, hello. So notice 70,000 for that one instead of like the 200-ish that we were getting before. That's where the that one upgrade comes in very handy. Having to be underwater to scan underwater stuff is difficult sometimes when the water tries to kick you out. So it looks like we've... Those look like cows! Sea cows! Oh my goodness! Those are literal sea cows. Ha! I tell you, this game. Oh. Those are some fast motherfuckers. Those are some big, fast... What the... The water must get deeper over there because, oh my goodness, that's a big fish. Ooh. Oh, that's a abyssal horror. Abyssal horror. Get your gun. Get your gun and fuck him up. You gotta shoot him right in the eye. And if you're not careful, they will suck you in with their eyeball. But if you can shoot them in the eye, you get their eyeball. Now, where did that big ass fish go? Ooh. These things are oxygen, which is very useful for us oxygen breathers. Ooh, crystal sulfide. These will explode. You have not a lot of time, and then they will erupt. And if you are nearby, it will hurt. So you're waiting for them to be done. And you go in to take the last one. Ooh, there's a fishy. There are usually 3. I think there's always 3. Where'd that fish go? Where did that fish go? I have to be very careful because I do not have the oxygen reserves that I am used to having. No, that's one of the sea cows. I swear I saw a fish. Okay. Looking for the red dots. Oh, there is a fish. I already scanned him. Okay. I do not see any more red dots. Let's double check. We have one more underwater fish. Which might not be a fish. It might be swimming right next to me. Got a lot of teeth, bud. And of course, the most of the minerals and plants underwater will be made of different things. So like cytophosphate, you'll have salt, you'll have chlorine. Oops. So I will just grab a little bit of each while I am here. Once I have a stronger mining beam, that will be easier. Yeah, those things will pop out when you harvest stuff underwater, and now they pop out in space too, which I think is cheating. And they hurt you if they touch you, which isn't a big deal when you have a ton of protections against them, but I currently do not. So we shall just leave the water, since we have gotten all of the water critters anyways. I do not hold out hope for those 2 underground critters, but again, that is something that was drilled into me years ago, and this game has come so far. This is such a rags to riches story. This is the benchmark by which all other games should strive to be. The number of updates that they have come out with, it's been like 9 years or some absurdly long time in game development, and they're still putting out expeditions, they're still putting out huge updates, absolutely massive updates, and this game now is what it promised to be when it first came out. So definitely hats off to the creators of No Man's Sky. All of the hats. They have a new game coming out called Light No Fire. It is supposed to basically be the opposite of this game. It's supposed to be a planet Earth-sized world that you don't have the ability to just jet around the planet like you do in this game. It's meant to be like a 1-to-1 ratio to Earth type thing, where if you want to walk a mile, it's going to take you more than 2.5 seconds. And I fully intend to get that game, simply on the basis of how well they have done with this game. Remember to hydrate. We must be moist, bitches. And a lot of times it's these little bitty stones that I end up missing. Not that it tells you how many there are anymore. It used to tell you, like it does for the animals, how many plants and minerals there were. Call me taking a drink. I absolutely love this chai. If you have any interest whatsoever in delicious beverages, Tazo, T-A-Z-O, classic chai latte. I like mine cold. You can also have a hot. Whichever floats your boat. It is so good. 4 ice cubes, half a cup of chai, half a cup of milk, and I am a happy, happy camper. Okay, I think it might be time to go get that distress beacon and... Oh, I gotta get my... Do I have an unclaimed milestone? I do. Delicate Flora times 2. Now that I have finished my beverage, which was a Chesticon. And it is usually my... Oh man, I don't even have... One of the very first things that I put on my ship... What are we... Why are we... Hold tab to skip. What are we... One of the first things that I put on my ship is the... solar recharger for the launch thrusters, so that I don't have to think about adding more ship to my fuel, more fuel to my ship. Oh, we got a couple planets. Came into ammo too soon. If you're going around a planet, it can be beneficial to go out away from the planet a little bit first, so that when you come back in, it's at more of a straight line rather than coming around the edge of the planet, simply because the pathing will dip you into Atmo earlier than you might otherwise want to, which means it takes longer to get where you're going. Alright, do we have a person? Or do we just have a ship? We just have a ship, which means we have a new ship. Wait, do we? It's not letting me in. Black box. Strengthen. Search ship for signs of life. Teleport receiver. That is nice. That increases the range that you can send stuff back to your ship. from your inventory. And it should also let me have the ship. Why you not let me have ship? Ship? Rusted metal becomes ferrite dust in your refiner. And then a few nanites, as well as a buried tech module. There's almost always a buried tech module near one of those on fire little pods. These will usually have rusted metal, as well as something else, in this case a Viking effigy. These are ammo boxes, usually. Apparently this time they are not. This is where the Atlas Pass comes in handy. There's an Atlas Pass version 1, 2, and 3. The Atlas Pass version 3 is what I brought over as a piece of tech. I could make a version 1, but I don't want to. Let's get in and out of the ship to see if that will let me get into the other ship. Into the ship, out of the ship. If not, then we will just leave it. Okay. So we don't get to claim that ship, but that's okay. We did get our teleporter, which is nice. Antimatter and a wiring loom. Wiring looms, you can buy those like at trade outposts or the Galactic Trade Terminal. So let's see if we can summon the space anomaly. We cannot. Frustrating. Let's see, what are we doing? We're going somewhere. Where are we going? Collect ancient artifacts. Okay. So, normally these planets would not all be discovered. Ancient bones. Grandpa's Relics start supplies here. So this is another thing that's very nice about the expeditions. You will have people that will create bases with no intention of ever coming back to them. And they will leave them set up in such a way to help other players. It might have a depot, it might be near something of significance, and you will find a lot of that. So like oxygen, copper, antimatter farm, if you go there, you can expect to be able to get oxygen, copper, and antimatter relatively easily. Looks as though there's not... Okay, so this is the planet we started on, which explains why there's so many bases there. These other planets don't really have many... Oh, someone found a teleporter. So let's go to Grandpa's Relics. Start supplies. So we have marked the planet, and we have a lot of stuff on our HUD. This is the planet we just came off of. Ooh, binary star system. Party. Before we go to a planet, let's go to the space station. I always want to stop at the space station and get off your ship, because that will put that space station into your list of places you can teleport back to, because it has a teleport ring. So that way, even if you don't have a base... Okay, I might turn the music down just a little. That way, even if you don't have a base in that system, you can still travel back to the system and then just land on a planet. And you can spend a bit of time on space stations these days. They have come a long way as well. There are multiple people to talk to. There are several different things to do on each and every space station. So, and whatever they're saying, ignore, because it doesn't matter. That's not why I'm talking to them. They will have some little thing that they will say. It usually doesn't matter. But you can learn a word from them, and then you can practice your language skills. And you want to practice your language skills, I think it's twice. And when it comes to the GEC, you want to do trade-based things, so like goods. And they will usually be happy with you, and then they will give you something positive. With the Viking, you want it to be honor-based, and with the Korax, you want it to be technology-based. I don't know why this guy is not. Excuse me, sir. Also, your eyeballs are cool looking. I don't know a lot of words of anybody's language yet, so I can't practice too much. You can also give each race. Why are we having difficulty talking with people? You can also give each race their thing. So the Corvax Caesian, the Viking effigy, the Gek relic. If you have them, you can give them one at a time, and it will raise your standing with that species by 1 each time. So Corvax. And it is translating a couple of words, which is why I can, I know any of this, well, the Corvax, but is, has, the be, those are words that are being translated by the translation circuits that are installed in my exosuit. And I can only practice the one word, so there is no point in coming back to them again. Once you know more words, you can, of course, practice with them. I believe it's twice. Real close to your nose, dude, sorry. So, I have Viking effigy. Friendship, technology, travel, trade. None of these are super good for them, but I'll go with friendship. And I'll give him a Viking. And you can give the same person multiple effigies. So I will oftentimes just give them all to one person, because the only purpose is to raise your standing with them. It doesn't have to be like one per person. The only word I know is help. This back here is the paleontology guy. You can trade fossils with them. Like if you find yourself with a surplus of skulls, you can come in and you can I'm not super keen on make swap offer. It works with fossils and it works with Corvette parts. If I want to buy something, I just want to buy it. I don't want to have to sweeten the pot in order to get the person to agree. I just want to buy the thing. And then, of course, you can sell your completed fossils to, well, you can sell your completed fossils to multiple people. But this guy is where you come to swap dead people. This is your junk dealer. You can get transmission coordinates to a derelict freighter from them for a lot of money. You can also buy stuff with old scrap, which you get from derelict freighters. If you are willing to wait, you can get one derelict freighter coordinate per week from, I believe it's Helios, on the space anomaly. And by the time I remember to do it, it's usually been a week, so, you know. So I normally just click through quickly with people, because it doesn't matter what they're saying. All that matters is that they let me practice my vocabulary. I do know 2 words now, so I can practice twice with them. Now, if you use words that they don't like, you do run the risk of diminishing. So this particular word, not a good word to use. I've tried it on 2 people. Both of them have been not happy with it. And, okay, it didn't reduce my standing, which is good. But if you use a word that they really don't like, you can reduce your standing with them, which defeats the purpose. So maybe don't do that. Viking symbols. There will often be good words for them in there. Interloper is what they call almost everybody that's not a Viking. Oh, fuck. So, okay, so with this guy, they recharge my exosuit. But if you know a word isn't that great for their species, just don't use it. Choose not to practice the vocabulary when that's the only word you've got left. So every person I talk to, I will get a new word, giving me more things I can practice with, but I think it's still only 2. Why is this not... I'm having trouble talking to folk. Alright, so we're only going to use interlope. Okay, so now this is nice. So I used interloper and they gave me another word in exchange. So I learned the Viking word for warrior. I should now be able to practice that. Nope, still just help. Okay. There are other things that you can do. There are always insecure repositories or insecure data silos. There will be these little encrypted navigation data, which you can trade downstairs to the cartographers people to get charts, which I have so many on my main save that I don't really think about that very often, but like on here, I can trade it for charts that lead to exosuit upgrades, which, since my exosuit is not at full, is very useful because that is a quote-unquote free upgrade. It does cost it's either antimatter or an antimatter casing, some sodium nitrate, and I think a carbon nanotube, which in general is a very cheap price to pay for getting either another exosuit technology slot or another exosuit cargo slot. There is a maximum you can get to, so I have unlocked all of the cargo slots on my main save exosuit. So the exosuit charts are not as useful for me anymore, but they are in an expedition, because everything that you get, every piece of technology, every upgrade, every piece of cargo, everything that you get factors into what monetary, and by monetary I also mean nanite, rewards that you get at the end of the expedition. So the more stuff you have, the better. If you are able to get a decent little chunk of money, you can get frigates, and then your frigates can start going on missions for you to passively generate income so that you can get a couple. I think the most I've ever gotten was like 100 million, 200 million, something like that, and several tens of thousands of nanites. And you don't have to end the expedition when you have completed all the milestones. You can wait until the end of the time frame, and that way you will net the largest gain when you come back. It just depends on how you like to play. Some people like to get back to their main save, and some people like to spend more time collecting things. There's always at least one, usually two multi-tools for sale. I do not currently have the money to buy them, and I also don't have the money for the exos. Oh, I might actually, because this is 35,000. I do have 500,000 credits, so I think I will go ahead and buy. There's one upgrade, one exosuit upgrade per space station. And then there's a technology merchant for all of the things. There's a multi-tool guy, an exosuit guy, a starship guy, a exocraft guy, and they will all have technology for sale. They are usually in exchange for nanite clusters. So I only have 185 nanite clusters, and you don't get to know what it is until you buy it. You only get to know its class. So obviously S is the best. I don't say obviously, it's not obvious to everyone. S is the best, and then A, B, and C, and that is as low as it goes. So I usually like to buy only the S class stuff on my main, but that is again because I've been playing that save for a while, and I have reached a point where all of my it just makes the most sense for me to buy S class stuff rather than mucking around with the lower class stuff. But this is a new save, and I don't have anything, so even C-class upgrades can be very helpful. And you just want to check out all of the different landscape, different decorations, whatever you want to call all this stuff. You want to talk to all of the people to make sure that you have. Oh, this also lets you do stuff to the multi-tool that you already have. You can upgrade the class. You can add multi-tool expansion slots. You can purchase new multi-tool slots. The install slot, the save over with the exosuit, you will get multi-tool expansion things as rewards sometimes, or you might find them on freighter, or there are several different ways to get the little modules that let you upgrade. This is your station core. The only thing I've ever done with one of these is restore standing, which was part of an expedition or a mission. I don't remember which. So I don't know what the override code is for. I know that if you've been designated like a pirate, you can restore your standing and wipe the slate clean. But I think that has to do with the Atlas storyline. I'm not sure. I have never actually finished this game. To your everlasting surprise, you will be shocked to hear that I get distracted and don't finish the game. Because, ooh, shiny. I don't know why this is not catching that input as well. Okay, we learned the word for honor, which is a very good word for them. Visited, and I love that they have added the visited thing, because otherwise I would end up spending 3 hours visiting the same two people back and forth because I wouldn't be able to tell. Let's keep going with Viking symbols. Nope, nope, not you. And you don't get every word that you know of theirs as an option for words to practice. So like I know warrior and honor and a couple other words, but I didn't get them as options to practice with him. And then this guy, this is the mission guy. You always want to visit these people and pick up whatever missions you enjoy doing. So delivering an item, I don't usually do those because they get delivered to a specific place on a specific planet, and a lot of the times I will end up halfway across the galaxy before I realize it. Raid a planetary harvester, and there's some exosuit expansion units, so this is one way to get those. Salvaged frigate module, that's for upgrading your freighter. Exosuit upgrade chart, that's the charts I mentioned that give you an exosuit upgrade. I know this is silly, but I don't like killing things. I will take the kill creature missions, but I don't like it. But I acknowledge that it is just a mission, and it is just a video game. So, I will take these a lot of times if it's something that I already have. You don't have to go collect new. You just have to deliver this amount of this thing to wherever. I do not already have this, so I would have to go find some or buy it, whichever. I'll take it. There's not time limits on these, so you can just like, well, oh, it's okay. I'll just take them all. This one I can't take yet because I do not have level 5 standing with the Merchants Guild. And then lastly, these are teleporters. They will teleport you out there to where you would dock a Corvette. So if you were driving a Corvette, you might dock it here or at one of the other three. And then you can come out here to design Corvettes. You've got your Corvette storage. Yeah. And then that just teleports you back. And this one is the farthest one out. And you can see you are much, much closer to the end of the launch pad. Is this the farthest one out? Yeah, I guess it is. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, no, that's not it. I'm sorry. There's also the stuff down here. So this is where you can upgrade the class of your starship. You can build a new starship. You can salvage a starship. This is where you build a new starship. And then this is your appearance modifier, which that's me with my little floating glowing ball head. And this is the cartographer. So this is where you exchange your navigation data for either general charts or specific charts, depending on what you're looking for. You can also ask for help, and they will give you a point of interest. You don't get to pick what; it's just a point of interest. But then you can also you can spend 15 nanites for a random map, or you can, if you are looking for something specific, you can exchange X number of charts. So either a 1-to-1, a 3-to-1, or a 5-to-1 ratio of navigation data to whatever it might be. This is going to be a crashed ship. This will be a trade post. This will be an alien site where usually you dig up keys to open a chest. I don't remember what this one is. Oh, secure site of interest. So that's probably going to be a manufacturing facility. Encrypted is the exosuit. Dig site, that should be... Well, no, that should be the keys for a chest. And then the specialist is the planetary settlements, which settlements can be extremely lucrative, but they do take a little bit of time to get set up. And you do occasionally have to defend them from sentinels, which is a pain. Oh, and then lastly, there's the teleporter and the galactic trade terminal. Galactic trade terminal, whatever you can buy in here is the same thing that you'll be able to buy at trading posts on the planets. However, trading posts on the planets will give you a better price. So the trading route that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the trading route goes to trade posts. It does not come to space stations. But you can buy stuff, you can sell stuff. If it's green, then it is a better price than you will usually find. I do have those. So demand negative 2.4% and negative 0.7%. So I'll hang on to those for now. And sell them somewhere that they are a little bit more valuable. And those are the things that I got as rewards for a couple of those milestones. Okay. So let us leave the space station 7 years later. Again with 7. I almost always use 7 as the number or starting number, and I don't know why. Let's make sure that the planet is still marked. It is Lulom N20. There's a lot of junk on the HUD, making it a little bit difficult to see. So here are some freighters that may or may not be for sale. And you can also land on them and trade. And then once you have a freighter, you can start acquiring frigates and then sending the frigates out on missions for you. That faint line goes from the space station to the planets. There's one... usually one that takes a dramatic turn. Usually one per planet. I say usually, I think it's always, but I'm going to say usually. So if you don't know where a planet is, you can sometimes find it by finding the lines, following the lines. And because there is so much stuff on my HUD, that was my goal. But instead, we're just going to go this way for a minute. Distance is also much greater now. The distance between planets, they had to increase that because gas giants are now a thing. And some of them are really, really, really large. Does it say rotting planet? It does. Ancient bones. Probably should just go there anyways. Wait, isn't that? No. Fuck it, we'll just go here. So let's go closer to the planet, and then when we get closer to the planet, we will be able to see other people's bases. And you can see there are starships and other people already on the planet because, like I said, everyone is participating in the same expedition with the same planets. And the purple diamonds are bases. So I would love, and I don't know if there's a way to, I guess not right now. I want a specific base, but there's going to be a fuck ton of bases on this planet. What did it say there were? 29, so it's not as bad. That's 203 on that one. So there's 30 bases on this planet, but I specifically want the oxygen farm base. So I need to get close enough that I can see some more bases from spaces. And it's not imperative that I go to that base, but it would be nice. Given that it is the first day of the expedition, it may not be full. So let's just land and see what we can find. And there are some amazing different types of planets now. There's planets that are full of bubbles. There are planets that look like everything is made out of stained glass. There are planets that are all water. This particular one is rotting, so I'm assuming that we're going to have some, caustic winds. We've only got 6 critters, and we do have some ancient bones. So we know that this expedition is all about the revamp for fossils. So it's... Oh, we already have a hostile creature. Excuse me, sir and or madam and or other. So this particular creature is hostile. I can distract it. But unless I adopt it, it's going to keep coming for me. So, whoa. Okay. And actually, let me hop back in my ship real quick, because I need to take a look at those missions that I picked up. Deliver goods. Call creatures on a planet's surface. Okay. So I'm not sure if this is a specific one or if it is just any creatures on any planet. Oh, and look at the toxicity shoot up. Ugh. Well, let's take a look and see. Oh, I didn't pick up any wiring looms. I needed to do that. I need at least 4 of them. Fill up our launch thrusters. We don't have any antimatter. Okay. And I also need to make... No, I have some. So let's just craft. Okay, so now I have 2,200 bullets, which should last at least 4 seconds. It has not gotten any nicer out. Okay, so now Call Creature says 1 out of 11. So It appears as though it is any critters on any planet, or I got really lucky on the planet that I landed on. But it is very toxic out here, and I do not have a ton of protection, so I'm just going to stand here by my ship and scan things. Oh, there's some fossils. That's a good thing. We need those. There's some closer fossils. Fungal cluster. I don't have the patience to wait for the weather to clear. And you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the drastic increase in the amount of money that I'm getting. That gets even better when you have multiples of those pieces of technology that increase the amount of money that you get for scanning stuff. That can get very lucrative very quickly. Which is why at least one, if not two, of the pieces of technology that I brought with me are those. I'm going to be scanning this stuff anyways, so why not get extra money for it? I saw somebody over here. There's another hostile critter. What the hell? Have I already scanned you? No, I haven't. Oh, fuck. Wrong weapon. Oh, there's some wheat. Useful for making food. I don't muck around with those on my main save, but don't have a lot of stuff in this one, so little boxes full of free things are nice. Make sure we don't have any unscanned flyers. Ooh. Oh, no, never mind. Don't want that. We will just go this way and get some fossils. Shit. So this, I've probably told this story before, but oh well. The what are those? Oh, hazardous flora. The expedition that I mentioned earlier, the living glass one, what you had to do is you had to make these potions that would keep you from getting absolutely swarmed by the ghost jellyfish. And it was dihydrogen and something else I can't remember. I did not have the personal refiner because I didn't realize about the doing the milestone thing. And oh, motherfucker. Hazmat gauntlets are one of the things I brought with me, but I haven't been able to access it yet. Son of a begonia. So you land on this planet and you have to make these potions, and then you repair your ship and you fly away. But I did not have, I couldn't find the stuff to repair the ship just in nature. So I kept having to make these potions, just more and more and more of these potions. And one of the things was the dihydrogen crystals. It got to the point where I had used all of the dihydrogen crystals within a large radius around where my ship was, just trying to keep these things off of me. And because, oh, I have slots all the way down there. And because I wasn't able to fix my ship because I didn't realize about the refiner, I think this was the first time I tried it. I ended up just giving up because I kept dying and trying again and again and again. But the dihydrogen doesn't respawn, or at least it wasn't respawning in the area around where I was trying to fix my shit. So that is why I suggested that you always check your milestones so that you don't be like me and frustrate yourself for no reason. So I have space, but I have spaces on my ship. And my ship is back up there, and I don't want to go back up there yet. So I will get to the fossil bed, and then I will summon my ship and transfer some of this stuff into my ship for safekeeping. And that is why I have a ship that is labeled storage on my main save, so that I can just summon that ship and not have to worry about carrying stuff with me. What the fuck? Why is everybody on this planet so goddamn hostile? Does make me feel less bad about having to kill him. But when you land on a new planet, the first time that you summon your ship, a ship of yours, to that planet, it does not matter what the condition of the ship is. For example, if you rescue a downed ship and the landing thrusters are broken, the ship will not take off from that planet, meaning you can't summon it somewhere else on that planet because it's broke. So when you go to a new planet, if you try to summon that ship, it will summon and it will land just fine, even though it is broken. You won't be able to summon it again somewhere else, but given how frequently I planet hop, I can use a broken ship as storage until I am able to get it fixed. I had a glitch that killed me inside the walls of a space station, and they gave me a bunch of these memory fragments that let me upgrade just about all of my gear. There were like 25 or 30 of these memory fragments. Oh, hello. And each one, when I would examine it or whatever, it would either give me something or it would upgrade something. And it got to the point where all of my ships are S-class only because of that. So I have this shitty rinky-dink storage ship that you would never see an S-class version of. But I have an S-class version of it because of those fragments. And had I realized what I was doing at the time, I would have saved them. But I didn't. So I didn't. And that's the end of that story. Okay, where am I going? I'm going to the fossil bed, which is somewhere. Which is there, on the other side of this rock. Okay. And there's another pissed off critter. I'm getting the feeling that just if they see me, they're pissed at me. Which I guess living on this planet would be enough to piss anybody off. There we go. Possible. Oh, that's a localized spore cloud. Or potentially. And yeah. Wandering spore clouds. There's wandering spore clouds, and then there's extreme localized toxicity. The levels of toxicness will shoot up just through the roof, and if you are not careful, you will die. Same with radiation. Some planets will have that. Little wandering clouds of death. Alright, so let's move some stuff. This is a thing that you only use in space, so it can be in the ship. This is only used in space. These are not stackable, so we will move them. This is a trade good, so I will probably use the ship for that. These are going to be usually on a space station. Navigational data, that's going to be on a space station. And then this stuff I'm not going to need right away, if I need it at all. Okay. This. Just moving stuff that I'm not going to need to get my hands on relatively quickly. Pyrite is not something that I use very often. That copper is realistically, I might as well just turn it into chromatic metal. That way I'll have the chromatic metal and actually be able to use it. The eyeball and the crystal sulfide. I do try and leave a couple of spots empty in my inventory. Like in space, if you blow up an asteroid, it will try to put whatever's inside the asteroid in your starship inventory rather than your exosuit inventory. But that should be enough for right now to get whatever these fossils are. Looks like there's only one or two. Ancient bones. And ancient bones. Okay. Oh, that's close. Knowledge stones will teach you a word of whatever the dominant species in that solar system is, which I have not checked, but my guess is Vy'keen based on all the Vy'keen on the space station. Ooh, there's some dihydrogen. There's another cranky person. I should check, make sure. Get rid of this plant as well. Dihydrogen. Dihydrogen monoxide. A terribly caustic substance that will eventually eat through anything on the planet. Everyone that has ever come in contact with it has died. So that one I just did. 600 versus 400. Dihydrogen monoxide, by the way, is water. Dihydrogen, 2 hydrogen, monoxide, monoxide, 1 oxygen, H2O. There's I saw this ages and ages ago, back when the internet was young. There's like a paragraph blurb about that, and it makes it sound super duper bad. The thing about like every human throughout history that has come in contact with it has died. And the point of it by the end is that you have to pay attention to how information is presented to you and by whom and with what goal. So, obviously, water is not something that we need to live in fear of, but if you put a bunch of facts about it in a certain way, it sounds really awful. Oh, fuck. Local toxicity. I want to scan that rock. So whenever you hear someone is talking about something and it is being sensationalized to sound super bad, just take it with a grain of salt and think about who the person is and what message they're actually trying to convey. When I was in college, we had to give a speech for public speaking class, and one of the people chose to do 3 unexpectedly dangerous things, and one of them was water, and one of them was potatoes, and I can't remember what the third thing was, but her speech was given in sincerity, but it almost seemed like it was satire, because it was like potatoes are a member of the belladonna family, so they are related to very poisonous plants. They can have high levels of unpleasantness, which is why you shouldn't eat green or black potatoes. Excuse me. I was just standing here, you motherfucker. Crystal flesh is meat. It's just meat, but it's still kind of a neat crystal flesh. It sounds exotic. And then her thing about water was over watering, hyper, shit, I forget the term, but you can have too much water, and what happens is it dilutes things in your body that shouldn't be diluted, and you can die of it. However, it is not something that the average person has to worry about, and the takeaway from her speech, like the feedback, because we had to give feedback on each other's speeches, and my feedback was there are many things to be concerned about, and it is good to have this knowledge that these things are possible, but you are making it seem as though the average person is going to die from drinking too much water or from eating too many potatoes. And that's not realistic. That's not accurate. So instead of making it seem like you're gonna die tomorrow from drinking too much water, maybe instead, ooh, those are floating crystals. Instead, phrase it more of like hey, these are things that you might not be aware of, instead of fear the water, which is the tone that she had chosen to go with. And I try and keep that in mind whenever I hear something like on the news or especially online. Nothing online needs to be verified. Like, you can post anything you want, and if it sounds real, people will believe it. Like the thing about dihydrogen monoxide. So just try and keep that in mind when you are reading things or hearing things. A lot of times the people that are providing you information, especially in some certain types of circumstances that are prevalent today in this country. I'm trying to not Twitch TOS. Sometimes some people want you to think things a certain way. Everybody wants you to think their way is right. So just be careful with your consumption of information. Oh, there's a new icon. It looks as though I have killed enough critters because that little paw print is now telling me to return to the mission agent who is way up there on the space station. But there was a fossil bed around here. We go. Fossil. Let's make sure we have enough storage space. Looks like there are two fossils to be had here as well. There's another cranky critter. Bolt caster. There's some sodium. Now, somewhere, not necessarily on this planet, there is a location that the guy on the space station told us about. And honestly, it might not get found simply because there's so much clutter on the map in these expeditions that it can be very difficult to see. 700 is a long way to go, hoofing it, but that's okay. Ooh. Underground. Ooh, we got some marrow bulbs. That's not a marrow bulb. Oh yeah, it is. Primary element marrow bulb. We've got some underground hazardous flora. And this goes... Oh, it's not too bad. I wasn't sure if it was like a... like a cliff. You don't want to get too close to these. They will poison you. I cannot pick them up because I do not have hazmat gauntlets, which if I were actually trying to speedrun this, I probably would already be done with at least phase 1 and possibly be able to summon the space anomaly by now. But like I said, this game is very much shiny for me, and that doesn't really bother me. Cobalt is your primary underground element, just like you have salt, chlorine, and cytophosphate underground, or underwater. Do I have a space for it? I do. Marrow bulbs, you need to have at least a couple of to set up growing them on your freighter if you go the farm route, which I tend to. I have to spend a little bit more in salvage data to get the blueprints for it all, but it is convenient to have all of the plants growing on my ship. So if I need them for something, for a mission or for some kind of refining, I can just go to my ship and there they will be. Which I have, like I mentioned earlier, I have so many Gravitino balls, and they only stack in stacks of 20, which is very inconvenient when you have a couple hundred. I should probably sell them, but I forget to, and then I have several hundred. Because when I harvest the stuff that's in my little freighter farm, I will just go through and harvest everything all at once. And I have usually at least, so each little square is 4 plants, and I will usually have 3 or 4 squares. So 3 or 4 of the 4 square units for each plant. I think I have 5 each now, because I recently redid my my freighter farm. I need cobalt for something, but I can't remember what. Might have been, it might have been batteries. Yeah, it was batteries. And what did I need the battery for? I need 2 batteries for the force field. So I will make those and plug them in. Plug it in, just so I have it. Oh, and then that, I have the chromatic metal. Don't need the fishing rig yet, but I will need it eventually because one of the things is fishing. And I could go fishing now if I wanted to. I have the bait and I have the, oh wow, 94% improvement on catch rarity. Ooh. Oh, this is nice. I have a hard time seeing that that float. The initial one, this one, I have a really hard time seeing that. So, which one of these? That one's shiny, so that might... This one's moving, though. So we'll go with that one because realistically, the movement is going to be what catches my eye. Okay. We have some more... Oops. Oh, that's the other thing. So what you can do is you can store technology and then switch over to your other multi-tool and install it. And that way, you don't have to keep flipping through it when you are trying to, like, switch from the mining beam to the whatever. Switch back, and yeah. And normally I will swap out the bolt caster as well. Not going to yet, but normally I will switch out the bolt caster, and then I will also have the combat scope on my weapons multi-tool, just to minimize the stuff. All these lovely little hazardous flora. Alright. Grab this last little cave marrow and we shall get out of this hole. And I was heading to a fossil bed. I made it like 10 units. Oh, there's another. I thought that was. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, that looks like a hazardous flora. I am. That running out of dihydrogen on that expedition made it so that I stopped to mine it considerably more often than I used to. There is a refiner loop for it where you can make dihydrogen jelly and then refine the dihydrogen jelly as a passive way of generating it. But obviously I don't have the ability to do that yet since I don't have a ship. I think it was something like 55 fossils I have to dig up total. I'm not going to do it all here because this is a toxic planet and that's annoying. So I will just get this last fossil bed and then probably leave the planet. I should actually look and see what it is I'm supposed to be doing. Definitely not a good choice to say this was a speed run because it's not a speed run. It's a meandering run. Is that a thing? It should be a thing. Not a speed run, a meander. $1.2 million. Nice. We're going to go straight to the fossil bed. We're not going to stop. We're just going to go straight there. No getting distracted. Ooh. We are going to go almost straight there. We're just going to stop at these sodium plants and whatever those plants are down there. The little sparkly, swirly bits looks like either jade peas or... what is that? Oh, either jade peas or haptoid wheat. But then, after that, straight to the fossils. Okay, so these are jade peas. Oh, and there's a pulpy roots. And cooking is a part of this expedition, which is my excuse for picking up all of the food that I come across. Oh, there's another. Need the salvage data to unlock the blueprints to do all of the things. And then looks like there's a stone, a vigilant stone on this one. So vigilant stones are like sentinels for fossil beds. If they see you sent you, however it works, taking a fossil, they wake up and they form a golem and they attempt to fuck up your shit. So the way that you get around that is don't be seen. So first let's summon our ship so we can put some stuff in there. Ba-dum. Put these in there for now. These are foods. I wish there was a way, and if there is a way, I don't know what it is, to like just quick sort combine your inventories between your exosuit and your ship. I know that you can sort your inventory, which thank you for adding that. Games that don't let you sort your inventory, that's a pet peeve of mine. Let me sort my shit rather than having to manually move everything. But I would like to be able to just push a button and have things auto combine. Alright, so these motherfuckers. I wonder if there's any. Are there any? Oh, hey! So we found all of the animals on this planet. So 1,500 nanites, just like that. Yeah, that was what I wanted to look for. I wanted to see if there were any underground critters, but there are not, because why would there be? So there's one fossil down here, and then there's a couple back up on the surface. We need to go under the fossil or come at it from the side in order to not get seen by those. Because I am not confident in my ability to take on the golem, or whatever the fuck he's called, with just a boltcaster. Ooh, these have albumin pearls in them, which is another thing that you will get in trouble just for carrying, and another thing that you can grow in your freighter farm, provided that you have some in order to plant them to begin with. So I do not think, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 slots. So we will take some of these. Which unfortunately means that until I have a way to store them off my ship, any time I get scanned by one of the Sentinel spaceships, they're going to be pissed at me. There is a scan blocker that you can install. It doesn't block it automatically. You have to mash some buttons when you see that you're being scanned. But that is tech that I do not have. So the best thing to do would be to get a freighter and just put them on there. So we're going to come at this fossil from down here, so that those vigilant stones never see me coming. And then we can come back out and go on about our day, and they are none the wiser. And how the fuck did I get down here? Oh, that sounds like a hazardous flora. Oh, hey, there's some more of the, and they do show up on your scanner. Humming sacks, I believe they're called. Oh, this is just calling them a strange object. But these are another thing that the stack size is significantly smaller than I would prefer. Probably not a problem for people that don't hoard them. That is not me. Oh, gotta watch out for overheating. And we should be able to... Yep. Shit. Falling damage is a thing. Alright, now where... 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 of them up there. But where did I leave my ship? Because that should be about where I came in. Right? Yeah, I landed my ship. There it is. Okay. So and there's the hole. Alright. Up, up, up we go, and run into the ceiling and take damage. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's wait until our jetpack is fully restored. And then let's try this again. There we go. Okay. So it looks like I'm gonna have to put some more stuff in my ship. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I should be able to get them. Okay. So let's pick them out. 1, 2, 3. I thought there were 4. Well, let's get these ones, and then we'll go from there. So again, we've got a vigilant stone. But we do know that there is a cave underneath us, so we want to be careful not to go too deep. And just... pop these into our pockets. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna put this tailbone in my pocket. This rib cage, whatever it is. Oh, that one was a tailbone. Alright, so let's get in the ship. And we need to get a freighter. So one way to get a freighter, the most common way to get a freighter, is to come into a system and have there be a pirate fight going on. You rescue the frigate or the freighter, and oh, incoming message. They left us. Follow my coordinates. I don't know if this is the Atlas storyline. Yeah, Dreams of the Deep. Okay. So, expedition. We want to collect ancient artifacts. Report, collect, defeat an ancient guardian. That's probably the vigilant stone motherfucker. Collect a complete fossil, collect a complete fossil. Is there one of those on? There is. There's one of those on each one. Okay. So I know we do get the ability to go to the space anomaly because that's where that motherfucker is. Search dung samples. So you get dung by feeding creature pellets, and then they will poop for you. All right. So the thing that I need is more space. I can get more space by doing exosuit upgrades, getting another ship. So what did that guy give us as far as this thing handles like a tank? Save beacon. The cartographer gave us a location, but I don't know what it was. And this solar system is so damn cluttered, it is difficult to see. Save beacons, that's just someone has plopped down a save beacon. I don't know why that one's yellow. Alright, so nothing is standing out. I'm also not seeing the... Oh, can I... Now that I have landed, can I would like... Oh, I still haven't been to that planet, that's why. Okay. So... Waypoints. I would like to be able to go to someone's base, like to mark their base. I know that you can go to other people's bases from the space anomaly. So, can I leave this solar system? I need fuel, which I don't have enough spaces for. I do have the stuff to make them. So this is the only way that I know of to stack stuff between inventories, is to manually check each one, and then if it exists in the starship, instead of it saying free slots 0, it would say free slots 1, because you would just be combining them. But I have too much stuff. So these things you can refine, and they will take up less space if I do that, because they should refine down into one of only a few different things, and they are very fast, and they it's 250 per unit of whatever it is that they refine down into. So all of these should refine down into either platinum, silver, or gold, therefore taking up fewer spaces. And they refine so quickly, which is very nice. And that's part of the refiner loop for platinum, silver, and gold, is making those and then refining them back down. Because if you make them in a certain way, the resources that you put in are... It's not that the resources are fewer, it's that the resource that you were looking for there is less of it being put in. And then we'll put this in there, this still has one more. This runaway mold will refine down into nanites, which don't take up an inventory slot. However, it's like a 4-to-1 ratio, so you have to have a specific number, specific multiplier. Okay, so I have a skull, I have some limbs, I have a rib cage, I have a tail. I don't have rear legs, which might not matter for a reptile. However, in order to do any of those, I need to have the fossil blueprint thing, which is, I think, on the anomaly. So, well, that can be stacked. So I only have 2 navigation data. Repair kit, I don't really want to use that yet. I am so tired. I stayed up way too late playing Scum, and I did not sleep enough, which, being tired is just a state of being these days. So I don't have enough of the nav data to trade for an exosuit. 1.2 million I don't think is enough to just outright buy a freighter. So I do have a mission to turn in. I don't remember what the reward is. Paraffinium. Do we have any planets with paraffinium? Nope. So that's gonna have to be another solar system or buying it, which I don't want to do. Unearth ancient artifacts. Use a signal booster. They gave me a signal booster? They did. Alright, so we'll do that. We'll land back on the planet that we just took off from and use the signal booster to find a dig site. And that will be not for fossils, but for artifacts. So let's... Motherfucker, get off me. I was not bothering you. I was minding my fucking own. Alright, so now we need to go into the build menu and use the signal booster that we already have one of, so we don't have to build it, and scan for ruins. Ancient ruined site detected. pick up our single booster so that we are not littering. Pop back in the spaceship and fly away. It is rare that something like that will be close enough that you can nip over to it in just a couple of seconds on planet. So I pretty much always just come out into space and then come back down. Alright, so this is still around the curve of the planet. And like I said before, if you come in at it straight, you can get a lot closer with your pulse engine before you have to switch to... There we go. Versus if you come at it around the curve of the planet, then you will enter the atmosphere much, much sooner and have to hoof it a lot further. It's not hoofing it, you're still in a spaceship, but it's slower. Oh hey, there's an unknown building over there too. Before I leave, I should check that out. Alright, so this is gonna be dig up 3 keys and then use those to open a relic chest. So I have 4 slots. So artifact fragment. And there are underground ruins as well. So as you are going, you will find yourself running into bridges and walkways and buildings and such that are very much in the way, and you have to go around. Hey, look at that! That is good to know. Okay, so before we leave, we need to tag that. Really? I'm underground. Why are you annoyed at me? I'm underground. You can't see me. Everybody on this planet is so cranky. And since you're digging up so many fossils and artifacts and so on, the milestone for digging a certain amount, you don't really need to do what... Excuse me? Did you come underground to harass me? You must be out your goddamn mind. Here, be distracted. I'm going to pry off some of your carapace, bone nugget. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. I don't really have space for your bone nuggets. Come here. Actually, I should let you poop. You just be up here and leave me alone. Okay, now I have 2 of the keys, so I need 1 more, and then I gotta go for that. So 68, 63, 70. Let's just go there. Go around around the building. Fragment. And then artifact crate. Oops, I accidentally put a marker. And unlock. And we got something. Toxic horsebane clippings. Okay. Approximately 236 years old. A relatively common plant suffering from a relatively uncommon mutation. So, I have 2 more slots. Let's just go straight up. See if that guy is pooped. His poop should show up if it has been pooped. Which I don't see any, so. Alright, now, there was a building, right? Should be over there somewhere. And then there's also the farm, which honestly I don't really know why people stop. I don't know why there's not really a reason to go to the farm right now, given that I don't have the space to hold stuff. But where did that building go? I saw it as I came into land, so it can't be too far. Well, that's not accurate. I was in a spaceship. Alright, well, let's see if we can see it from the sky. I should mark that base. Oh, wait, is that... Oh, that's the thing I accidentally dropped down. We don't need that anymore. I should see if that base still shows up. Watch me not be able to find it again. Should have marked it the first time I saw it. Alright, whatever. I don't have space for it anyways. So, scan. And then it should show up as a little blue house. What the fuck? There it is. Unknown building. This is a transmission, or basically a giant waypoint. Sometimes it will give you like a distress beacon, or it will point the way to the nearest building or something like that. Minor settlement. Minor settlement is good. Minor settlement will be somebody that I can talk to learn a word, and it will be a galactic trade terminal, and then Should be like one of those nav data cubes. Okay. Lot of clutter. Oh, 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 right there. Okay, we've tagged it. So let's go up into space. And see what this base has. Now, whoever built this would... Oh, they built it near a trade depot, too. Or a trade post. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Whoever built this is also on the expedition, so they may have used a base computer, probably used a base computer, to unlock the plans for this stuff, since the space anomaly is not available yet. Take what you need. That is lovely. Thank you very much, kind person. We have oxygen. I do not know why my Hujima Whatsits are not Hujima Whatting very well. So this also said antimatter and what was the other thing? Copper? Well, that's convenient. Oxygen, copper, and antimatter. Oh, there we go. So this is not charged, which is fine. I will charge it, and then it will generate up to 20 antimatter. This will be carbon. Okay, so yeah, carbon, oxygen, and antimatter. And it's 500 carbon, which is not as much as you use to fuel the antimatter reactor. And then there was a boy. Oh, very strange. So a trade outpost will have a galactic trade terminal, and it will have usually 4 or 5 people. You can also use it as a place to buy a new spaceship, because you can make an offer on the spaceship of any of the NPCs that have landed here. So you can like pull up your scanner and you can see this is a C-class ship, how much it's going to cost, its damage potential, all that kind of stuff. And you can do that for any ship that has landed here. You can also, which I like to do, you can build a base here and then add more landing pads, which will make more NPCs land, to give you a larger selection of ships at any given time. I do not have the money to be shopping for a new starship at the moment, though, so... Nope, don't like that word. And this is the same as on a spaceship, or a space station. You just want to practice the language, or at least learn a lesson, or learn a word from each person. Keep going with the Viking. Oh, that's a traveler right there. That's the trade thing. Travelers will usually ask for something, but you don't usually know what they're asking for unless you have a few more words. Have you come for me? Dried blood. Let's forgive them. Oh. Sure. I would like some happiness and joy. 120 nights does indeed bring me joy. Thank you. Let's go with friendship. Practice ancestors. Oh, don't use ancestors. Okay. And this is standing decreased. So let's not use the ancestors. Is that everybody? Visited, visited, visited. 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 Okay. So let's check out the trade terminal. See if anything that we have is... and I just scroll through real quick looking for anything that's green in the stuff that I have for sale. And then you can switch to your starship as well. So I think I'm going to sell these and the just some of the stuff that I'm not going to use right now because I need the space. And these are things that I can always get more of, even though they are not... Ooh, that's nice. 3.9 million. Even though most of them are not like minus 4%. And like something like that, I will not sell here because this is there's you can look online and find like trade route loops and stuff like that, but everything has a type of system where it's good to buy it and a type of system where it's good to sell it. You know, like trade routes be doing. Yeah, marrow bulbs. I'm not going to get much for them, but I need the space. So we're just going to get rid of all of this stuff. Now that I think I need to keep because that's what the paleontologists want. Sell the wheat. Sell the peas and the roots. And the cytophosphate and the salt and the marrow bulbs. Okay. So I should have some space now. Exosuit upgrade chart. That is very tempting. Because I can buy it for money instead of nav data. Oh, do they have? No, they don't have wiring looms. Okay, let's buy 3 of them. So that'll give us 3 more slots in our inventory. As well as the slots that we got for selling stuff. That will give me a drop pod, which I now have the space in my inventory to make the things that I need for the drop pod. Oh, that was right next to where I was. Wow. Guess I should have checked before I took off. Okay, and your drop pods will have a, hey, there's some kind of plant, haptoid wheat. Your drop pods will have a save beacon, save waypoint beacon thing. As well as being safe from radiation, toxicity, and all that stuff. Make sure to grab all these, which I'm not in the habit of doing, so I have to try to remember. And then we will need sodium nitrate and an antimatter housing and a carbon nanotube. So we come in here, dump that in there while we're thinking of it. And we need to manufacture a carbon nanotube and an antimatter housing. And then we get another exosuit slot, which you can also upgrade this part of your exosuit, but I currently don't need tech slots, I currently need inventory slots. So, oh, let me see what I have. Base computer plans, prepackaged scatter blaster, band hazard protection upgrade, powerful frost protection upgrade. Okay, we'll take those. Since most of them are things that can be installed. And scatter blaster. Now, scatter blaster is a weapon, so let's see if we can put it on here. I will at some point have to either get another one of these or clean this one up a bit, but most of the stuff that it wants is not stuff that I'm going to likely have. It is an A class, so we'll have to see. But either way, now I have a fishing rig and a scatter blaster. Scatter blaster is my preferred weapon. So I might, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and tidy this up a little bit. We're gonna take the technology from here for the bolt caster and sure we get all three of them. And then we're going to move this because it does, so it was 15% mining speed increase, now it's 32. So that will make it a little bit quicker to mine the various things. We switch multi-tools by hitting 2. Alright, now some of these, okay, this, whoops, this, let's move back. And this is where, okay, so I do have 3 slots right there, so, not that one, this one. And we want to move that. So some of the things like this, you can't uninstall it, so it just has to be there, even if you never use it there. But there we have those 3. And then we're going to switch back to the other one and install this, which should give us another 10%. So that is an increase of, what is that, 22%? Right, 15, 16, 17. 17, no, 27. I can't math. Either way, shit should be faster to dig. What is it that you want me to build? Okay, yes, I would like to build that. So antimatter housing and antimatter. Let's see if we can. And then my starship is out of range because my starship has a very short range since I have not installed the teleport extender thingamajigger. And then this is 5:1, ratio of 5:1. So it was 93, which means that there will be a remainder. And it can just stay in there for right now. You can use this as a little bit of like an extra storage space. It's gonna have to be cleared out at some point, but that doesn't have to be right this second. And this is right here and should have a salvage data thing. Should have, but does not always. There we go. Hazardous flora, fuck off. Alright, and then we get back in the ship. And we do another one of these. Oh, landing thrusters are at 0, so we need to make sure we do that in case we need to summon the ship. We don't have to get the error message of, sorry fucker, your ship doesn't have any fuel. Which, once I am able to install the solar rechargey thingy-majigger, that no longer becomes a problem. I might get caught by Atmo on this one. Not as bad as I thought, but still. It still drops you out like 15 seconds, 15-20 seconds of cruising through the atmosphere, which doesn't seem like a lot, but depending on how many hundreds of planets you land on, 15 seconds can add up. Alright, looks like we have a drop pod and a thing. Oh, shit. Oh, stop it. Okay, the thing is just the save point. Oh shit, those motherfuckers are always cranky. Step in here so they can't see me. And we need antimatter housing and a carbon nanotube and some sodium nitrate. And we have another inventory slot, just like that. Oh, this is where the doesn't really work as well for storage when you need to use it for other things. Okay, and then let's scan for the next one. Alright, so that is not that far away since it's only 7 minutes on foot. Let's do this. Switch over to Scatterblaster. Where's the other one? Oh, apparently it fucked off. Good. Fuck my ship go. And away we go. So it's only 7 minutes on foot. It might be close enough that we don't need to leave the atmosphere. Maybe. What is that? Oh, that's that minor settlement. Let's clear the hills. Yeah. Nice and close. Come screeching into a halt. While we are landing, we can... I thought we put... Oh, I guess not. Anyways, nanotube and animator housing. Hop out of the ship. Check for... Oh, there it is. And all of these waypoints and such end up counting, I believe they end up counting towards the milestone data that you can trade with one of the iterations on the space anomaly. And there we go. So that is all 3 of those. I really should probably have bought more of them, given that I'm already struggling with space. Space. Let's go out into space, the one place that capitalism cannot reach. And then, since we did get the coordinates, or whatever you want to call it for this, we have a land which should give us at least one word. It should also give me an opportunity to buy some wiring looms, which will be very convenient. You can buy components and you can buy blueprints for components at the settlements. Well, the minor settlements. The planetary settlements are something else entirely. I have only just, within the last month or so, started to mess around with those, even though they've been part of the game for a while. And whenever you can, you always want to land at one of these, because I believe it does not cost you fuel to take off from these. The little places with the circles. You know, the places with the circles. Give me just 1 second, please. Alright, so let's get out of our ship into the toxic rainstorm. Check the landing pad for these little things, which are usually up here. Get some more rusted metal, which breaks down into ferrite dust. Ferrite dust is very important once you start building bases. Get our milestone waypoint thingy-majigger. Looks there were a couple yep, we like these. Some living slime, which is part of the refiner loop for, oops, for, runaway mold. Sometimes I am not able to, like, I don't get the press E for this thing message, and I don't know why. Oh well. Check out the outbuildings for research specimens, sometimes nav data, sometimes credits, some nanites, and then we head over. Okay, so this building is gonna have, well, no, it might be, a lot of times when they have an extension like that, there's a section that is closed off unless you have an Atlas pass, but in this case it's just where this guy is. So I like that these actually tell you what you're getting. But I want wiring looms, please. I know I needed 3, so there's 3. You can buy nav data, which is, ooh, let's go ahead and buy these as well. Yeah. I think the extra inventory slots are well worth it. And then this is just your standard trade terminal. Yeah, I'll take this. It's still challenging to generate in large quantities. Okay, now this guy will want something. So, exosuit lights flash red. Victory. But the Viking ancient smile. Okay. It's clear that their injuries are severe. They have trouble breathing. Let's... Fuck. Sweet. Standing increased, and we got a movement module. So let's install this, which gives us 100% more jetpack, tank, fuel efficiency, sprint recovery time. Excellent. While we're in here, we will do the first of the exosuits. And then we want to look around for things like the nav data. Whoops. First aid, not super important for me right this second. Sometimes the plants will have carbon in them. These are for sale, so you want to check them out. Meh, meh. And nanites. And then that should be it. And we want to see where is the, what's that? That looks like it might be a transmission tower. One thing that I like to do sometimes is plop down my exosuit or my exocraft and just roam around on a planet, going from unknown building to unknown building and just explore the planet. I do not yet have any exocraft in this save, so like I said, speedrun is not a good descriptor for the way that I play anything, really. It is a meander. And check the landing pad for stuff. This one does not have any. I always want to check over by the other door as well, because sometimes there will be ammo boxes or something similar. Check your outbuildings. Hopefully this one will be grabbable. It is not. Why is it not? What? Fuck them. Did I do this already? I guess so, yes. Cranky critter. And inside, oh, what's that? While I'm thinking of it, yeah, that will be nice. That will increase the distance that that I can send stuff automatically to my ship. Hi, Smiley. And run, stretch. Okay. Alright, here we go. Stretch. Stretch. Oh. 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 Stretch from our fingers to our toes and even our nose. Oh, no, you don't need to be in the corner. Nobody put Smiley in the corner. Alright, what does this guy want? The downbeat life form. Sultry. Warrior meeting proposition. Accept. Advise. Let's accept for them. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, not good. Sorry. Didn't mean mean to steal your bow, my dude. Smiley, I will try to remember when I am finished here to go check. 'Cause my sleepy brain does not compute at the moment. Ooh, salvage data. Let's buy that. There's some more exochar. Yeah. This is why when I can't just buy the things. Well, let's sell that. What salvage data are we up to? Salvage data. 15. Okay. Not as much as I would like, but we'll get there. I think I have some of this in there too, right? Yeah, 9. Okay. So, oh, wait. Okay. So let's check for other stuff. No. Don't sit down. Can I not? Okay, can't pick that up. And we want to see, did I already do an exosuit thing? Same building already targeted, okay. So actually if I take off it should, I should be able to see it. What is that? Oh, it's probably just cave marrow. Okay. So, unknown building. I wonder what it is. It is just a waypoint with a very large chunk of. Oh, hey, it's a drop pod. That's convenient. Is it, though, the drop pod that we already had marked? Or did we stumble upon one to our good fortune? Oh, hey, there's another random building. This is what I mean. I just will go from unknown building to unknown building. And it's fun for me. I suppose I shouldn't put speedrun of Expedition 18 when it's distracted meandering through the universe. How about that? Oh no. It's not even through the universe. I haven't even made it out of the first fucking solar system. Okay. 500 feet. I don't want to use the starship like up and down, up and down, up and down because I have to keep giving it launch fuel. But also, if I run everywhere, I'm gonna have to kill 1,000 extra cranky critters. See, there's one right now. What did I say? This is also a very hilly planet, which is not usually a problem, but I don't have that much sprint ability at the moment. I should grab that sodium. Unknown building. Recharge life support. I should probably do that. No. Yeah, life support. Looks like I'm gonna need to make a battery or get some of your. Ooh, hey, this is a monolith. No, this isn't a monolith. Monoliths are much bigger, but it's like an alien. What's it? And it will give me the option to learn a word. Seek help with the language. Sometimes, depending, you will get multiple words, which is nice. Oh, hey. What the fuck? God damn. Something over here. Oh. There we go. Alright, now there was another unknown building. Should be this way. Because there's the drop pod, and it was. If there's a vigilant stone, then that means that there's a fossil bed there. I was hoping to go sideways to find the other unknown building, but I will just go back to my ship because I could see it from there the first time, so I should be able to see it from there the second time. Maybe. Whoops. Terrain manipulator instead of mining beam. Dihydrogen in my pocket. It is nice that I haven't had to deal with any sentinels on this planet. Is that that's the drop pod that I actually used the chart for. Where did I leave my ship? There's my ship. Okay. Sentient plant. It's not too far away. Sentient plant and crystal fingers and. Ooh. Oh, no. I thought those were all Gravitino balls at first, but they are not. But these are just little oddities. That music startled the fuck out of me. Ooh! Hello. Well, you're adorable. Oh, hey, look, there's the sentinels that I literally just said that I was glad I hadn't had any problems with. Have you noticed, because I have, that whenever I say something, not whenever, but frequently, I will say a thing on here, and then it will immediately happen. And it's frustrating. So let's see. Terrain manipulator. Fuck, did I park? Well, watch out for that. And they just came in hot at 3 little pissed off Ednesses over in the upper right corner under where it says that I'm using the terrain manipulator. See those three blinking little icons? That's how pissed off they are. And normally they start at 1, but these people came out of the gate at 3, which the higher that is, the you'll get different kinds of sentinels. So you'll start out with just the little floating things, and then there's the four-legged fuckers, and eventually there's like the AT-AT style ones. I think that there's a Minotaur style one too. Not Minotaur like the critter, Minotaur like the exocraft. So it's like a big metal bodysuit of crankiness. Alright, now where? There. Wait, didn't this place also have... Yeah, but what is it? Salt. Salt. See, and now they're just around. So let's put these in my ship so that hopefully they will not bother me. And sometimes, depending on where you store things, they will have different stack sizes. So, like in the spaceship, like in your pocket, something might be a stack size of 10, but then in your spaceship, maybe it's a stack size of 20, and then maybe on your freighter, it might be a stack size of 50, just as an example. Yeah. Oh, that's another drop pod. Rock the fuck on. This is a good planet for drop pods. I still haven't been to the one that I used a chart for. Ooh, is that an unidentified mineral? It is. And another one. 200 units. You can tell that I do not have... Ooh. I do not have any mineral boosters yet. And yes, I am running away from that critter because I just can't be fucked killing every single one of these motherfuckers that gets a wild hair up their ass. And carbon nanotube and antimatter housing. 1, 2, 3. Extra storage space for me. I should have... Oh, I guess I don't. I thought I had more of the wild purple slime stuff, but I don't. Or if I do, it's in the ship. Okay, do we have any unknown buildings from here? No, it doesn't look it. So, oh wait, we do. Excuse me. Ooh, ammonia. I need that for something. So, be super if you would leave me the fuck alone for the rest of the time that I am visiting your planet. I think the secondary or the weapons multi-tool A couple of those require ammonia to fix the broken bits. Unknown building. Oh, that is a transmission tower. When you're doing the quest where you are following the transmission of the lost traveler, you end up needing communication tower, I think they're called. Maybe. I don't know. I have my own names for things that don't necessarily reflect what they're actually named. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Is there... I don't see... Okay. I don't see a thing. So we're gonna continue on our merry way since we are gonna die. There should be some outbuildings that we can take shelter in. I don't know how many waypoints I've found on this planet, but it's more than I usually do. Let's just step inside for a second. Let our toxic protection stabilize. Plop some of this in there. Sweet. Storm clearing. Means we should be able to go outside for more than 3 seconds. Will you people leave me alone? I won't miss the wildlife on this planet. Now, the last couple of these have refused to let me collect them. There we go. Salvaged data has been salvaged. And I don't have a reason to go all the way up there. Okay. Man. Oh, that's only 100. I only have 2 slots right now, but how many do I have on my ship? I have more, so I can summon my ship. And because I gotta collect 55 fossils anyways for the milestone thing, right? So since it's right here, I might as well. Also, I got the plans to make hazmat gloves, didn't I? No. That's unfortunate. I thought I did. Maybe it's... Oop. Okay, so we've got a bunch of fossils. Let's summon our ship. Consolidate our stuff. Wiring loom. Get that out of my pocket. Now I have a defensive shield that I never remember to use. Put these in there. Might as well put this stuff in there. Can't compile the fossil until I have the framework to put it on, which I definitely would have already had if I were not butt fucking around on this planet. That ripping noise startles me every time. Here, fuzzle, 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 fuzzle. That is not right here. I think that's it for this one. Unknown building. Yeah, humming sack. That's the ones that have the albumin pearls inside. That everybody is all... Well, not everybody, just the sentinels get pissed off if you have them. Nobody else gives a fuck. Hey, another drop pod. This is an unusual number of drop pods. I feel like there are this many because it is a planet at the beginning of an expedition. Got a lot of people who need more storage space. Save marker. I bought exosuit charts and now I can't, I just keep finding more drop pods without them. Antimatter housing, carbon nanotube. Yes, it probably would make sense to make a bunch of them, but storage space. It's becoming less of a problem though. And I'm pretty sure some of the milestones will have like 3 or 5 inventory spaces as a reward. Do I have any unclaimed? No. No. Okay. Alright, do we have any... unknown buildings from here? You know what? It doesn't matter. Get in the ship and go to that one exosuit thing, and then go to another goddamn solar system so you can pick up your ship from the space anomaly. How about that? Let's do that. Let's pretend that's the plan until I see a shiny thing and get distracted. Alright. Drop pod. Arrive in 37 minutes. I think not, Sparrow Hulk. And you can scan. I always forget to scan. There's a lot of things I forget to do. But you can send out a pulsy scanny thing and see what comes up. Oh look, another pissed off critter. Who'd have thunk it? This planet should be renamed Drop Pod Central. And a carbon nanotube and an antimatter housing. And some more the refiner. Oh, we don't have enough sodium nitrate. Sodium nitrate is sodium that has been run through the refiner. So we will stop this and we will snag some sodium, but not all of it. And we will wait patiently for 10 of it to be refined and snatch it up and be off like a bandit in the night. Alright, so that is it. No more exosuits on this planet. We're going to get in the ship and we're going to leave this solar system right now. That's what we're doing. We're going. Up, up and away. My beautiful balloon. Okay. Galaxy map. And expedition route. Yep, yep, yep. And we follow the green line all the way to that place, which is out of our jump range. But you don't have to stick to the green line. You can just go. Man, that's so close to how far I can go. That's frustrating. Okay. So let's go here. And if we're lucky, when we warp into this system, there will be a fight going on, and we can acquire ourselves a freighter. Nope. Damn. Okay. Well, I am noticing that it is yellow Chernobyl. I am noticing that it is 9. So, I am going to love you and leave you. And I hope that you had fun. I know that I get distracted very, very easily. But I hope that this was enjoyable. I will definitely still be playing this after the stream ends. Because I have 2 weeks, but I have no self-control, so I will probably finish it in like 3 days or less. I should be back on Monday. Let me take a quick look at my calendar, make sure I don't have something else. Nope. I should be back on Monday the 8th. I don't know if it'll be No Man's Sky. It might be back to random games. It depends entirely on my mood at the moment. It was going to be random games today up until approximately 4 minutes before the stream started, at which point it switched to No Man's Sky. So, but yeah, so thank you for hanging out with me. Please feel free to tell your friends, tell anyone that you think might enjoy listening to me blather for a few hours a couple times a week. And I hope that you are able to join me again, either on Monday or, if not then, whenever you're able to. Remember to hydrate, because we must be moist bitches. Remember to not be an ignorant twat. It's just very good life advice for everyone. And until whenever I see you again, no matter what you play, I hope that you have a very happy gaming. Have a great night.